Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, November the 4th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. So, first of all, can you hear me and can you see my screen? I want to just see a couple of yeses. Okay, great. All right, well, let's take a look at what is happening this morning. So, as a result of some of the propositions in various states. So look at Lyft and Uber benefiting tremendously from, I guess, that worker classification. I think they were fighting the fact that they didn't want workers to be classified as full-time employees. So I guess they won that. So take a look at LYFT and Uber. Oops, if I spell it right, I know you'll be able to see the charts. So look at Lyft and Uber. Huge pops here. There's Lyft up by 18%, and then Uber is up 13%. They actually have earnings tomorrow too, before the market opens for Uber. So Uber and Lyft benefiting. DraftKings, DKNG, I think with more and more states legalizing gambling. DraftKings is a nice little pop. And also Penn, if you look at Penn, I think Penn is also up. Yep. So a couple of the gaming stocks. And as I know I'm going to call it, the China Triad. Look at NIO. NIO and XPEV. I think XPEV is getting close to an all-time high, getting closer. There's XPEV. There it is at 25. Excuse me, there's the all-time high at 25. So we're almost there, and LI is above the all-time high now. There's the all-time high right there, so it just popped through that this morning. So we have those three China auto stocks. And some of the losers appear to be the solars, SPWR. SPWR is moving down, as is JKS. You're looking for the solar ETF. It's down. So there's the solar ETF, TAN. Now, some other things that are not necessarily election related. DRAD, DRAD. Let's see, so they have sold, how many shares in the float? So 4 million shares in the float, so it's certainly a low float situation. They've sold a business unit for $18.75 million, so that is the news for DRAD. Kodak was up. I have no idea. I don't see any specific news on Kodak other than the fact that they're going to be, the only press release I saw on it was that they saying, yeah, we're going to release on the 10th. But I don't see any other reason for Kodak being up. KODK. Kura, K-U-R-A, Kura. I don't see a specific reason other than they're going to be releasing earnings tomorrow before the market opens, but other than that, I do not see a specific, unless they have released early, and we're not picking that up. I still see it says to report, so if I can find out any other reason. All right, so I am seeing something else. Kura Oncology is down 15% on KO-539 safety signals in early stage studies. So I guess there is another reason. So there is an actual reason why Kura is trading lower. Meanwhile, Sava, for you savvy investors, Sava is gapping up, positive phase 2B results. He actually had earnings yesterday before the market opened. No real, there was a little bit of a pop. SUPN is an earnings play. SUPN is an earnings play, and yeah, okay, it's starting to pull back a little bit here. Not that much volume yet, but once the market opens, there will be volume, of course. But the reaction to its earnings was after hours yesterday. There's the mauve area right here. The only issue right now is that 200-day moving average is fairly close. So at 2158, 2115, so it's not that far away from the 200-day moving average. As we know, that can be a big block. Get your ticket to RIDE, RIDE. It's starting to fade now. So it was up quite a bit actually, 17.99. So it's dropped $1. Still up 6%. The SPAC had a what sort of a day did it have yesterday? Had a good day yesterday. Did trade off a little bit at the end, but it's almost at yesterday's high. Well, not quite. 1783, 1775. Lyft and Uber are just really, really ripping here. LYFT and Uber are really, really moving strongly here on the California proposition. I don't know if it's a proposition technically, but whatever it is, favorable outcome. JMIA, I noticed, was up a little bit pre-market. JMIA, is it holding? It's not bad. It's up 3.7%. Like the better one was up here. It was just kind of stabilizing up in this area here. But, once the market opens, last week's high was right up here around 1973. So it's got a couple of dollars. CGC, so yeah, the marijuana stocks, cannabis stocks are most of them are all getting hit this morning. Very, very election related. Even though I think there were 4 or 5 states that have now legalized, but that wasn't the issue. As an observer from another country, it's amazing how many things are on a ballot for the individual states to decide on, not just, of course, the presidency and Senate, etc. I don't see that, Grumpy. I mean, you might be right, but I don't see why that makes any difference. I mean, listen, you may be right, but I mean, this was already in disarray for months. I mean, with whiff of a scandal, an insider trade. I know. In theory they've been absolved, but listen, you might be right. Good morning, William and Emily, the dynamic duo. So yeah, I mean, there is still uncertainty, obviously, in this market. So we'll just have to see how this all plays out. Might be too mathematical for people, real. Yeah, I should have mentioned APVO, and what an unbelievable run it had right at the end of the day into the, let's see, there's the market close at 4, actually popped up a little bit, now pulled back. I mean, yeah, it looks like, I mean, it is down 10%, but remember from where it came. So this could still be very, very active. So I'm starting to see My China Triad stocks are now starting to move down. XPEV, NIO, and LI. Apps, forgot to mention apps, APPS. APPS is still holding its gap a little bit, holding its gap. I don't see any specific news other than just, overall market, I suppose, reaction. They had earnings on the 29th, so not really actually. Is the reaction? So they had earnings after hours, so the reaction would have been on the 30th. So the reaction, wasn't good. It actually sold all the way down. It did. Then the next day and last 2 days, it has moved higher. Yeah, I saw the only one I did see Allo. It is an earnings play. I shied off on it because of the volume. The volume will pick up. I suppose there's not very much volume, even though it's a pre-market trade, but it is a big, big gap down. The other one I was watching was Zyme, Z-Y-M-E, Z-Y-M-E, and again, no volume whatsoever. 27 shares. It had popped up a little bit, but this is an earnings play. Usually, once the market opens, this will get active, but all right, 9:17 it is, so let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Just one moment, please. All right, let's take a look again to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. My guess is that we'll have a ton of upgrades, but let's just take a look. And the answer is interesting. Yeah, pretty interesting, actually. Let me get them in. So we do have more upgrades and downgrades, but not that many in total. So let's take a look. I suppose with the election kind of still not completely called. I don't know how else to phrase it. Analysts are just being a little wary about things right now. So there are not very many of each. And I do not see any multiple upgrades or downgrades. So, there you have it. There are the upgrades and very few downgrades. So to say both lists are very, very short. Okay, there you have it. Now, these are the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com. Of course, you can scour other sites. You're going to see probably more, but, that's all I look at. What are my thoughts? Well, what are my thoughts on all three of them? I mean, they're still up. I mean, obviously, they're still remarkably active. I mean, they're all making new highs, except for XPAV. I think XPAV is still not quite at an all-time high. I'd be probably more interested in, believe it or not, an XPAV or LI. But XPAV still has to make an all-time high. LI is already. So they're all trading together. All the NIO, LI, and I mean, the one that has more, I guess, following behind it, of course, is the NIO. But I don't know how else to add anything. I mean, there are some pretty lofty price targets. Actually, it's approaching the price target that JP Morgan put on it, 40. That was 3 weeks ago. For intraday trading, I find them very difficult. They can be very, choppy, but certainly as a long-term play. I mean, that's up to you. It has to be part of your trading plan. I can't say to you, oh yeah, you should be buying this because, onwards and upwards. Do I know the new German EV ticker? I do not. Are you talking about a German EV ticker that trades on the U.S. exchanges? Again, will this trade on the? Because there are no IPOs. There are no IPOs this week, and I think there's only one next week. Of course, the big one, Ant. Well, Ant's been canceled so far. Well, according to everything I've read, it'll remain in China, but it's been put on halt. This is the other one. I mean, this HYLN. I mean, it has just been thumped mightily, but it is starting to come back. This is the SPAC, one of the SPACs, and they had the symbol name change last month. But I mean, look, from the high of 45, got down to 17. It is trying to come back. Well, these plug. Let's see what it's doing. I mean, to me, it looks like the vehicles themselves are stronger than the actual infrastructure. Plug is more of an infrastructure play. All right, so if you want to follow, I have no idea what to expect from my watch list today. I don't know. This market's going to be really interesting today. If you want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and Barry's watch list. All right. Again, I have to say this every morning, but before you click on anything from the channel bar, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout will be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. We will see nothing in these two windows until at least 9:45. Gotta replace that. I always forget to do that in the morning. So where are you? Here we are. And I'll be sitting on my hands, I'm sure, for the first 15 anyway, just to try to see if things can kind of settle down a little bit. Okay, so this one is, wow, this one is actually moving very well. Had some news yesterday, GRWG, Cannabis Play. I think they bought some growers or something like that. They made an acquisition. So, you know, it was not a bad reaction, but now look at the reaction. So it's above, it's almost above, it's right at yesterday's high. 1915, 19, looks like 1914, 1910 was the high, so it's a little bit above. So definitely keep an eye in GR. Yes, I do know that as a new beta. It'll be available as a production version. But yeah, you're absolutely more than welcome to use the beta. It should be available as the production version on Thursday. So yeah, what the Dreamer is talking about, if you notice here in my toolbar, I've got Brokerage Plus, Live and Sim. So you that is now available for you if you download the beta. Go to our website and download the beta. Uber and Lyft are continuing higher. All right, so those XPEV has come back. LI is sort of lagging a little bit. Just keep an eye on all three. They should be trading somewhat in tandem. LI, but XPEV has come back. So LI is lagging just a little bit, and then of course there's NIO. So, but LI is lagging just a little bit. So the market is starting to trend down just a little bit here, guys, ahead of the open. I mean, we've got a big SPY pop, of course, but it's starting to, give up a little bit. All right, so I'm going to get rid of some of my windows. Some of my scans. So I kept this one overnight. This is the just showing you how you can practice swing trading in the simulator. So I decided to keep this one just to show you how you can do that. And that's the NWL. NWL could still be an interesting play today. Is it? What is it doing? Yeah, there's no volume yet, but it was an earnings play on the 30th. Okay, now LI is starting to catch up a little bit. And yes, the market's going to open in less than 1 minute. Well, let's see what today brings. Okay, some of the other electric. I haven't seen this one for a bit. FUV. Haven't seen Arkimoto. All right, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off. We are now open, guys. All right, so that Kodak is just fading. I say I could not see any news on it other than the fact that they said, hey, we're going to release earnings on the 10th. But other than that, I did not see any news on it. All right, well, keep an eye on this DRAD. So the DRAD hit 360 pre-market, is a low float. Their news, selling a business division for $18 million. Good morning, Will and Esther. Now look at U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel is taking a bit of a hit here. X had earnings on the 29th. Macy's taking a hit. M. The aforementioned SunPower, SPWR, taking a hit. Take a look at the solar ETF, TAN. You know, there's a solar ETF. So it has been, you know, actually the last 4 weeks has been, this week, well, this week hasn't completely finished, of course, but last 3.5 weeks it's been fading. Perigo, yeah, Perigo is an earnings play. Wow, look at this. Yeah, it got popped up here, pulled all the way back. Yeah, so solar, as we speak, in disarray. And the cannabis stocks. Rocket Mortgage. Let's see. Take a look at RKT. Yeah, Rocket is not that much. Not that much action in the pre-market. All right, Ride is moving here, guys. Ride is moving though. Look at, you know, had a pullback in the pre-market. Market opens, kaboom. But it's early. Very interesting. There's FX and X are both down. You know, look at X. This is turning into a pretty big drop for U.S. Steel. I'm seeing more stocks making lows than I am making highs. You can see right here to start off the day anyway. Now, Geo is it's one of the prison stocks, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, one of the prison stocks. So interesting. CXW and Geo really moving down here. A couple of the prison stocks. It's an interesting move for these. I mean, these are ahead of the election, and this is interesting, guys, because as I understand it from what I've read, Well, you guys can make your determination about why CXW is. Well, I call them the prison stocks. I mean, they. I don't mean it's. I call them the prison stocks. They a lot of prison properties. Both Geo and CK. You got it right, the Dreamer. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, it's very interesting. It almost doesn't make sense, but anyway, it is what it is. It is interesting. I'm getting more stocks making lows than are making highs right now. Remember, to trigger here, it has to make a new high. Here, it just has to make a new low. So, just as a general observation regarding the EV sector, it appears stocks like Plug and Ballard and BE, which are more infrastructure plays as opposed to NIO, which of course manufactures automobiles, EVs, etc. It looks like so it's the infrastructure plays that are being hit a bit. Oh boy, this is these cannabis plays are just getting hit hard. How's the well, I know what I'm going to see here. If you want to just participate with the ETF, there it is, MJ. Boy, look at Ride. I mean, again, these are so the EV sector is hot. It just depends on what you're looking at. If you're looking at purely the manufacturing end of it, they're looking pretty good. Infrastructure, not as good. Look at Kodak. I have no idea. I'm just going to forget about it. I'll put it up once and that's it. I think it's probably gone negative now, yes. All right, a little one, FRSX. I don't know if this is I don't know if we can say this is EV exactly. It's in the automotive sector. It's an Israeli stock. FRSX. Wow, look at Mosaic on the way down here. This is really interesting. I mean, again, way more stocks making new lows right now. Mosaic, look at Mosaic, MOS. In banking, yeah, RF, regional bank. So the AI actually has been pretty active right off the bat. Just out of the price range I like to trade, but Well, solar is still really moving down. I mean, there's SPWR. Take a look at TAN. Here's the ETF. So, I mean, if you want to play a bounce in the solars, just keep an eye on TAN. I'm not saying to take a bounce in the solars, but I mean, somebody was saying, I wonder where the bottom is. Well, keep an eye on the ETF and see if it settles down a little bit. But I'm just finding it really interesting. I mean, look at, I mean, the market's, well, the tech certainly is still looking good. Take a look at the Qs here. How are they doing? Yeah, I mean, they're still kind of holding. I mean, they're starting to drop a little bit. Wow, Mosaic just red bar after red bar. So, I mean, there's the HYLN though. I mean, it's like the automotives themselves, EV automotives themselves are doing well. It's just, again, I know I'm repeating myself, but it's the infrastructure plays, like the plug and SPWR continues. Boy, this is a big area to try to hold. 15. You can see right there the low is 1502 right there. The low is what is it? 1513. So it's it takes out 15. I mean, there's really nothing holding SPWR up. Again, I'm not saying to take it now. I'm just you just have to look at these charts. All right, guys. Well, let's see. WKHS again. Now even this is starting to fade. So, and how is NIO doing? So okay. So now they're all. I mean, even the EV cars. They're not really holding. I'm looking at NIO, XPEV, and LI. So it's not just the infrastructure plays. Meanwhile, Sava. So Sava hit a high in the pre-market of about 11. Just going to flatten out of that trade right there, the NWL. All right, so SunPower had a bit of a bounce here. SPWR had a bit of a bounce. A big bottoming tail. Just give me a moment, please. All right, so what I'm going to do with SPWR, I want to see if it takes out 14 again or 15 again, maybe stick an alert down in this area and see if it just resumes its downward trend. There's really nothing holding it up. That's why I'm looking at it, looking at the That's why I'm looking at this this chart here. I mean, the longer term time frames. Okay, guys, so I'm in the SPWR, pretty tight stop. You know, if it gets back up to 15, I'm out. In at 90, 1490 on the short, so if it quickly put it here. Well, I'm just looking at that support area that I thought it has been trying to take out. And if solar remains weak, I've got a tight stop on it, so I'm not going to, it's certainly not going to hurt me. Meanwhile, I'm just seeing, I mean, look at all this. I mean, hardly any new highs. And there's Smith & Wesson, SWBI. Well, the trade of the week, there is no trade of the week this week. It's up to you to, I mean, when there should be one next week, assuming things do settle down, but there was no trade of the week. It's up to you to trade it. I mean, you'll get the email, you'll have the trade of the week, and it's nothing to do with me. It's not an AI alert, it's nothing to do with me. You know, it's usually laid out in the email you get. It tells you where the suggested trigger is, in other words, where you take the trade, and where the stop is. Then it's up to you to trade it the way you want to. But this week's trade of the week, there was no trade of the week. The suggestion was to remain in cash. All right, I'm just kind of keep an eye on this SPWR. All right, it goes where it gets to 50, and I'm just going to take it out. Another one that's interesting, SWBI, Smith & Wesson moving down. You know, we've got a mixed bag, guys. I mean, we really do. I mean, we've got some sectors up, we've got a lot of sectors down. You know, there's oil and gas, XOP, XLE, OIH. This is sort of a, there are the home builders. Yeah, I don't know exactly why, but there's the home builder ETF. So this is definitely a mixed bag right now. Okay, guys, DRAD, D-R-A-D, is on the move a little bit here. I noticed it just popped into my watch list. Pre-market highs were 330, excuse me, 335. All right, guys, I just took some of this out to the SPWR, okay? You know, I'm finding it's just probably going to be a little bit whippy. There was a green bar ignored, but I did take some out. Like I say, watching it so closely. So nothing fantastic, but I covered a lot at 1470. Yeah, I've covered most of my trade. I mean, it's too much uncertainty here. I'm looking at the SPY. I mean, it's just too much uncertainty right now. All right, so for the DRAD, I am sticking an alert up around here at 328. You know, no idea what this is going to do, but the big thing here, it's a low float, 4 million in the float, 4.3 million in the float. It's traded the float over 4 times right now. There's, you know, we have 18 million. You know, if you're not understanding what I'm talking about, just divide 4 into 18 approximately, and you'll get, that's how much is traded the float over. Another EV play, Candy. Look at Candy, K-N-D-I. What a move here for Candy. Big move here for Candy. KNDI, KNDI. And we have a halt. I thought it was going to, well, I was going to say it wouldn't surprise me if Candy got halted, KNDI got halted. And there is actually news, 9:53. So that is very, yeah, not an ours, but an IB received certification from EPA, electric vehicles cleared for U.S. roads. So that is the news for Candy. So let's just take a look. 779. I'm looking to see how the bid-ask is stacking up right now. 781, 781. So it's, you know, it's not exploding off the halt, not yet anyway. So the full release today announced that it has received the required clearance from the United States EPA for its 2 electric vehicles. Meanwhile, look at HYLN. I've been talking about this one for a while. Look at HYLN. Meanwhile, as I call it, the prison stock, CKXW, how's Geo doing? So, I mean, you can see, I mean, I call them the prison stocks. I mean, they're real estate investment trusts, okay? So they own a lot of the property that prisons are built. And it's, I think that's what that's all about. And, you know, in your country, prisons are privatized. So interesting, Geo and CXW and Smith & Wesson, SWBI, trending down. SPWI, there you'd think there might be some support around 1571-ish. You look at that daily chart, a couple of lows right there. Here, 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 and here. So the SunPower was just a quick trade for me, basically out the last bit flat. So I'm going to keep watching it though, see, because I think this is an important level for it to try to keep. If it cracks again, I might reshort it. So I'm just going to stick an alert at the low right there, 1465. Boy, SWBI guys, and this is really, really, what's the low here? Interesting. 1576, I'm just looking at these daily charts. 1563, 1561. So, you know, I mean, there looks like there should be some support not that far away for SWBI if these levels hold. Yeah, this one is not shortable for me, Kodak. It used to be, but at Interactive Brokers, but the shorts have dried up. Look at this drop here. CXW and Geo, man. All right, Candy is now open, and the answer is another little pop here for Candy, KNDI. Bit of a pullback taking place right now, though, but big area for it to try to get through is at 8. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 885. There it goes, guys. Candy, KNDI. Next high looking left, 885. Now there is a kaboom right now, KNDI. Now, you know, guys, playing halts are very, very risky, but you know that news looked pretty darn good. Yeah, look at SunPower came right back up. So how is TAN doing now? Well, we definitely got big news on Candy. Big news on Candy. Do we have it here yet? Yeah, there it is. Received certification from the EPA. Electric vehicles cleared for U.S. roads. Okay, that was the news for KNDI. So that's a China stock. So a little pop in the market now. Take a look at the SPY, what it is doing. So I had a rest here for a few minutes. Still getting more stocks making, well, the ones that are passing this filter here, making new lows and stocks making new highs. Here's a stock that is moving pretty well here, TRIL, Trillium. I don't see any specific news on it today. Over that whole number, making a little move. You look left on that weekly chart, and what do we see? We see a high of 1514. So, but $1 away from that high right there, which is the same here on that daily chart. So Trillium has a little bit of room, TRIL. Let's see how well it bases over 14. And then can it move off 14 and start to approach that 15 level for TRIL. All right. First of all, I should have probably mentioned this before. Probably have some new people in the room. So I want to talk about the test drive that we're having. Put the link in. All right, so if you click on the test drive link right there, the test drive November 2020 link, this is what you will see. So the test drive starts, it's getting closer and closer. It starts on Monday, that's November the 9th, to the 20th. Those are 2 full trading weeks with Trade Ideas, all right? And just like it says, it'll cost you $8.99. And it'll, just as if you had a premium subscription. So we do not have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. So it starts on Monday. If you sign up for it right now, what you're doing is pre-registering. So you will not have any live data until Monday. So please don't pester our poor support people and say, hey, where's my data? Now you will have access to everything at around, I give it a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday. So you'll be able to actually play around with it for the balance of Friday, then Saturday and Sunday. And in order to get acclimatized to Trade Ideas, if this is brand new to you, I would suggest you take a look at the 20 short lessons. When you click on the 20 short lessons, it covers all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. So do that before you take the test drive, all right? Now, what is a top list? Building one. What is an alert window? You know, it's very simple to do. I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days, but you can do it much more quickly than that. That was a bit of a marketing thing. Okay, now I'm going to go over a lot more in about half an hour at 10:30. All right, but I just wanted to make sure that people knew there was a test drive coming up. Also, that is available for those of you who are standard subscribers and you want to try our premium service. For those 2 weeks, you can do that. And the one other thing is that once the test drive is over, it's over. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't automatically put you into a subscription. We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do decide you want to take a subscription. And for those of you at standard, if you want to upgrade, again, we'll put you back to standard. But if you want to remain there or you want to upgrade, you'll have a nice promo code. Just like I said, there you go, Phoenix. I just answered your question. All right, so I still am watching this DRAD, D-R-A-D, see if it can take out this high right there. You know, never know what could happen. It's such a low float. I mean, they do have news. Where are they out of? So it is a U.S. company. Okay, guys, XPEV. I think this is a high. Yeah, this is a high for XPEV now. So they've been choppy. You know, NIO, LI, and XPEV. Probably all three of them have been choppy. One that is not. SWBI. Getting closer and closer. I mean, this is the level you would think could hold it. Okay, so Sava now a little bit of a pop over $10. Yeah, I mean, just because, yeah, I mean, this is not a revenue generator, obviously, today. It's a step that they had to, a hurdle they had to overcome. Well, keep an eye on the Sava, guys. The longer it holds over 10, Okay, guys. Well, you know why I'm watching Sava. Those of you with a premium service, so, and why I'm interested in it. All right. Well, guys, you know why I'm talking about Sava. Those of you with our premium service, you know exactly why I'm talking about Sava. Now, as usual, because I'm this sort of my mentality, I'm looking to take some off. Okay, so I have taken some off. So again, you guys know why I'm talking about Sava. In fact, I can tell you now. One of the reasons I do not show the AI, but I do want to draw your attention to this. Look at the re-entry price, $9.90. Okay, so it actually got stopped out, but look at this. There was a re-entry at $9.90. So I'm going to go over the AI in a little bit. Well, the market is definitely putting in a nice green candle here. All right, I just mentioned Trill a little bit. So there it is. There's the pop for Trill. Has this room to 50. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it does have the room. You kidding me? Why is look at Biogen? Biogen got halted. Big one. BIIB got halted. Smith & Wesson continues to fall here. SWBI. Yeah, I'm seeing that. So yeah, with Biogen, I haven't seen a halt in a expensive stock like this, maybe ever. This is a volatility halt. It is not a news halt, according. It's a volatility halt. Guys, Smith & Wesson, SWBI. It's a little strange. Well, let's take a look here on that weekly chart. 1460. You know, it's less than $1 away, 80 cents away from that low right here. True, I know, I get that, but I'm waiting to see if it's going to also be a news halt. You know how what I'm talking about right there. It's halted because of volatility. They can throw another halt in right now because of news. Trill, TRIL, is a red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart. Now, it's not a huge uptrend, but I'm sure Real is going to tell me that that's sort of at the top of a channel, TRIL. Well, it's finding that it's interesting that this market is climbing, but I'm getting more. Of course, this is 10:15, so there hasn't. Well, it's just 2 minutes ago. No, this is an earnings play. KRMD, didn't see it at all. It had no real action after hours when it released earnings. Really no action pre-market. Market opens, and look at this, KRMD. Now, I don't know if this is, I think probably what happened here, this is not an IPO, a simple name change. And there's the low area, just around 4. No, ACIU, look at ACIU ripping here. Must be something coming in. Look at the volume coming in the ACIU. And 38 million in the float, so it's not super low, not excessive, but not low. But look at the volume coming into ACIU. More importantly, look at the room it's got. Look at the room this one has, guys. Look at the weekly chart. Just get used to, look, when I talk about room, you might say, well, what is he talking about? Well, this is what I'm talking about. Look at this area right here, this gap, void, room, blue sky, whatever you want to call it. So it has this opportunity. So for instance, what if this was sitting right on top? That could easily block it, right? In terms of chart resistance. So all I'm talking about here is that there is really no chart resistance. Bunch of other reasons why it won't keep going up, but at least one of them is not chart resistance. All right, guys. Well, that was a quick trade for the Sava for me. Boy, I can't believe the turnaround for SPWR. Took my 20 cents and ran, and look what happened afterwards. Again, a little bit of a strange reaction. I bet you JKS is also doing the same sort of thing. Flattening out a little bit, and how's TAN doing? Yeah, look at the. Okay, I think if you kind of understand what is happening here, so the solars are regaining for some reason. You really have to. I know, I know. Yeah, look at the SPY though. How did I knew you were going to do that, William? All right, so this is, yeah, so this is now turning into a longer halt, of course. It's more like a news halt. I mean, I know it got halted. It did not get halted officially because of news, okay? Volatility. But we know why it did it. Ah, and now it just resumed. So it was a 10-minute halt. It was a 10-minute halt. Now it just opened, BIIB. Yeah, I mean, it's not my place really, the Dreamery, but you know what I'm saying. I look at TAN, I look at the prison stocks, I even look at Smith & Wesson. It's sort of running, it's sort of counterintuitive right now. Boy, Smith & Wesson just straight down on those 15-minute charts. All right, Yalla guys, YALA. YALA. This was a what was it? I can't remember if this was this was an AI alert a couple of days ago, actually, at 9:02. Where are they out of? Oh, interesting. Dubai. Okay. Well, there's always one person very happy. Person. Entity. Lily, so when you go long, are you buying options or are you actually trading the stock? Just out of curiosity. Look at NIO, guys. You're actually trading the stock, okay? Okay, guys, keep an eye on the DRAD as it's coming back a little bit here. I have an alert, price alert set for around 328. Even Eli is moving. Callaway, look at Eli. Eli's coming right here. Look at this Eli. So last week I had earnings. Actually, it has earnings coming up. Not a great week last week, but it's trying to come back. And there is the Sava again. It was just a little bit too jumpy for me to hold it, but just waiting to see what it does here. Okay, so I just want to, again, draw your attention to, well, there it goes. I want to draw your attention. So yes, it got stopped out. That was a very, really? The question that stopped, to be honest, I mean, that's a 11-cent stop. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to ask somebody about that. An 11-cent stop, so it got stopped out. There was a re-entry triggered at 9.90. So if you, what time is it? Well, I'm gonna go over all this in about 4 minutes. Yeah, I don't see any news. I know that was a Walmart was going to not have guns displayed, but I think they even actually rescinded that. But that, you know, that's just that was just it wasn't like a forever thing anyway. Well, I get that, William, and that's, you know, without trying to get so political here, but that's what I get. That's why I'm confused a little bit. No, I know that. I know, Grumpy. They just yes, they removed on display. I get that, but I think they actually rescinded that. And they put them back. That's what I read, I believe. Okay, well, I guess what's happening here are people putting down their firearms and taking up the golf clubs. There's ELY. That seems like a better deal, right? All right, well, it is almost 10:30, so wow, what a morning. Yeah, don't worry about the test drive, the coupon code for the test drive, okay, Philip? What happens is it is we couldn't remove it. It's sort of a standard coupon box for all of our subscriptions, etc. So don't worry about it. Well, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. I just had a question about KBNT. Just see what I can see on KBNT. Well, I mean, there's no volume. So it's hard to know. I mean, 400 chairs. So I really couldn't say anything about this one. I'm surprised it's not a pink sheet stock. So I really don't have any opinion. There's no volume. So when you say just shot up, it's 400 chairs. So all right. So again, if you're new to the room, welcome. And if you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, now actually before I do that, I know I talked about this about half an hour ago, but I will keep repeating it because people come in and out of the room all day long. All right, so we don't have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. So this is the test drive. It starts on Monday. If you click on the link, this is your page that you'll come to. Sign up for the test drive. It'll cost you $8.99. Disregard that coupon box, okay? It's $8.99 for 2 weeks, November the 9th to the 20th. That's 2 full trading weeks. And so if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? You will get no live data until Monday morning. We start getting data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. However, you will have access to be able to play around with the program over the weekend. Give it a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday. So say around 6 o'clock Eastern time, and you should be able to have access to the program and play around with it. Playing around with it in that, I would really, really recommend that you take a look at the 20 short lessons. So at least you familiarize yourself a little bit with what Trade Ideas has to offer. There are the 20 short lessons. When you click on that link, is what you'll see. A top list. What is it? An alert window. What is it? How to create them. So all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. So please do that before you take the test drive. Now I'm going to... Now, I should have mentioned this. Well, I'm going to actually put my home page in. And yes, if you are a standard subscriber right now, you are eligible to take the test drive. And it will cost the $8.99. I have to say $8.99. Somebody came to me, that's pretty expensive for 2 weeks, $899. So $8.99. So if you click on my home page, okay, my home page link, so if you want to take out a subscription right now, you cannot wait. You just want to take it out right now. There's the promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha, 15% off. First month only or the entire year. So just to give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost. So we have 4 plans, a premium annual and a standard annual, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, okay? There are other differences, but the main reason why people sign up for the premium is they want to check out the AI. I'm going to go over that in a little bit. Now, you don't have to take out an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is $118, less the 15%, $220, and the premium is $228, less the 15%. Again, that discount's only good for the first month. If you decide you want to upgrade, though, from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the 15% promo code. Also on my homepage, you can get the trade of the week delivered to your inbox about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. Now this week there was not a trade of the week. They thought the prudent thing to do was to remain in cash, so there was not a specific trade of the week. However, if I just draw your attention, NIO happened to be the trade of the week 3 weeks ago, and the trigger was 22. So obviously this was really good. PBI was the trade of the week 2 weeks ago. Remember now the market was just really, really getting hit hard. PBI, the trigger was 630, and it got up to 760. You know, another very, very good trade of the week, especially with the market, what it was doing. Now, it had earnings and it got, hit hard, but that was after the fact. And then last week was PRTS, and it really didn't do much except for one day, which I took advantage of it. I think the trigger was 1365 and it got up to 15. So this month, though, this week, no trade of the week. It was just to remain in cash. I do a recap every day, and you can sign up for it. And education, you click on that education link. There are those 20 lessons in 20 days. Daily support sessions. I think these will be expanded for the test drive. Right now, between 12 and 1 o'clock in the YouTube feed. The YouTube feed, I monitor it between 9 and noon, and then one of the other traders takes over to between 12 and 1. Now, if you're into what I'm going to talk about in a little bit, if you're into trading using Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers, today is the day you should go to the YouTube feed at 12 because Michael Noss will be hosting it. Okay? And he is our absolute expert on using Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers. And we're going to go over that in a little bit more detail. Daily webinars. Now today is Wednesday, so this is the one that I do attend. I help out in the webinar. They are Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. Today's is the Q&A with a couple of the co-founders of Trade Ideas, Dan and Brad. Educational videos right here. And some ebooks. Now also, I'm trying to get you guys to click on my homepage because there's a lot of information on my homepage now. And the other one is all the scans. So all the scans that I'm sharing, click here. Nicely organized. You can see all the scans that I'm sharing. So you want to start talking in, the pre-market. You can look at the gap up, gap down, pre-market, up and down. These four are all good in the pre-market. My basic new highs and lows that you see over here. So there are a lot of scans that I am sharing, all right? And that is, all you have to do is just click on that link. Right there, okay? So if you're a subscriber, that's all you have to do is to find all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, now I do want to talk about the AI. Oh no, you don't have to have it. You can have any brokerage account. The test drive's got nothing to do with what broker's account you have. I mean, the only thing is if you wanted to if you wanted to trade using this our Brokerage Plus module, you'd have to have Interactive Brokers. But first and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner. Okay, it's a scanner. And it makes no difference what brokerage platform you've got. All right. What we do, well, first of all, let me just describe what the AI is, and then I'll get into Brokerage Plus and IB and all that to sort of try to clear up any confusion. So, we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work in an optimization routine for all those strategies. Chinese symbols, I'm just looking. I don't see that real. So yeah, if you mean as a nickname? Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess there's no issue. I mean, I guess unless you're trying to, no, you can chat with them. I'm not sure what the issue would be. Look at XPEF, guys. Okay, so let me get back to the AI. So we have, again, these 50 baseline strategies. They get optimized once the market closes, and that's what happened last night. Once the market closes, these are, out of the 50, the ones that made the cut. Making the cut, proper win percentage, profit factor combination. Personally, I don't care what strategies make the cut. All I care about is what are the alerts I am getting from these strategies. How I see them is I click from the toolbar, I click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And when you click on that, this is the window that you'll have. You'll see the strategy trades all. Here are the alerts today. And again, the aforementioned Sava as an example. So what I would do, now, this is how I use it. I don't take the trades right on the entry. The only thing I really absolutely maintain, though, is the exit or the stop price. So when you get the alert, there's no necessarily a mad rush that you have to take the trade right away. I'd be watching, what's the market doing? Is there some resistance nearby on the chart? So, you have time. Guys, look at the DRAD. Right back up here. So in my opinion, there's no mad rush to get into these alerts right when they happen, okay? And then you can just manage the trades. So that is what I would do is I would have this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. All right, so that's the AI, and that's how I use it. And I have a preference. I kind of like the ones under $20. But again, that's just my preference. Now, let me talk about Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers and all of that. So as I was saying before, and if you download the beta right now, you'll have this tab now in the toolbar, the Brokerage Plus tab, where it says Live and Sim, okay? And I'm going to go over that. Now, so you won't have to now. We're not forcing you to click on New and finding Brokerage Plus. You can just click on, if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to connect to your Interactive Brokers account and trade using this module, you can do so. Absolutely not mandatory, though, that you use Brokerage Plus to trade. It's just a nice little, it's just a little feature that we've got that you can use it to trade your IB account if you want to. That's all it is. Now I'm gonna put a video in, or a link to a video, which will show you exactly how you can do all that. So taking the test drive, it doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. Yes, it does have to be, if you want to link, just normal linking, you need a pro account. It doesn't work on Lite. Yeah, so if you download the beta, you'll have this tool, you'll have this additional entry in the toolbar if you download the beta. Oh, Dan, that's an interesting one. You're going into you're trying to access it from the home page. I'm just talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. You're trying to access, well, here, I'm going to give you the link for the, tell me if you're getting that same. Try that link and see if you're getting the same link. Otherwise, I'm going to have to send you to tech. I have no idea why that would be happening. Obviously, we've got a lot of people in the trading room, so. All right, so let me get back to to this. So if you wanted to trade your, and again, I would encourage you now to download the beta, so you'll have this option up here in the toolbar. So if you want to trade your account, you would click on Live, your account being Interactive Brokers. It's the only one it works with right now, okay? But a lot of you, especially if you're new to trading, you click on the simulator. And because I would encourage you, can't tell you how much I'm going to encourage you. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. We have a simulator here, and it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, it's using our real-time data. And it's very, very simple to use. So let's say I want to take DRAD right now, okay? DRAD. I'll take DRAD right now. And you see how it shows up in the symbol box? Here I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I were, most of you will not do that, but if you wanted to short it, you would sell it. And if you wanted to go long, you would buy it. Okay, so let me just take it. I just want to show you how easy it is. A couple hundred shares. I'm going at the market. It's only a penny spread, so it's not a big deal. So it just took the trade. You see how it took the trade? Now, the only thing we preach in here is having a stop. All right, so there has to be a place where, an area, a price, where if it hits that price, you've got to get out of the trade. Okay, move on. Trade didn't work. Not all your trades you're going to take are going to work. So this stop should be, this is not something they just made up. Kind of, well, I want to put a 10-cent stop on every trade. It should be based on something. So I'm going to look at that 2-minute chart. Seems to be some support here. Again, I would have analyzed this ahead of time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the stop. 3.10. I'm going to add it. You see right on the chart. See how that stop has been added, that red line. So if it goes down, if DRAD goes down to 310, it's going to take me out for a $38 loss. I can also put in a target. Let's put a target here, the highs of the after hours yesterday. Just showing you how you can do it. And you will see there's the target. So here are your two lines. So if you do allow this to run automatically, it'll take you out for a $38 loss if it hits 310, or take you out for a $62 gain if it hits 360, okay? Now, these lines are movable. So a lot of people ask about trailing stops and percentages and all. I think if you want to, use trailing stops like a trailing stop, what I would be doing is, let's say the trade really starts working well. I'd be moving this line up, putting it on areas of the chart where there looks like there's some support. So I put it a little bit below that support area. So if it took out that support, that's where you probably should get out. Okay? Well, you put a target. Why would you put a stop above the bot price? You want to put a target above it, you can do it. Why would you put a stop above it? I mean, that's kind of what the target is all about. Now, the same thing, if it approaches the target and you don't want to get out of the trade, of course, you just move it. You can move it wherever you want. Okay? So these lines are movable. Now, that's one way of doing it. Okay? That's using the chart. You don't have to do it that way. If I wanted to get out of a trade, well, just like I did, I right-clicked. Once I was in the trade, I right-clicked, and I added the target order. Okay? It's all in here, Tony. It's all in that, see the video that I popped in. Okay, it's all in the video, Tony. Including the port you're supposed to use, etc., for live trading. Okay? It is segmented, so you might even see it. So yeah, again, if you you can always move these lines, or if you want, you say I wanted to get out of this trade right now for whatever reason, I would just flatten the trade. These are hotkeys that you can use. Flatten gets you out of a trade. You can get out of half your trade, or you can double your trade. Or you can go in here, say I wanted to trade out 50 shares. And just, type 50 in here, sell whatever price I wanted to sell at. All right, so very, very simple to use. Now, so I hope everybody understands. So you don't need to use this at all with trade ideas. It's now it's definitely. I mean, if you're new to trading, I would absolutely load the simulator. Okay, to practice trading, and that is obvious. Well, I shouldn't say obviously, but it's all part of this test drive. It's part of the standard service that we have. Well, Candy is on the move again, guys. Candy, KNDI. Well, I don't understand when you say, can you put a stop? I mean, you can put a target. In other words, you want to get out. You can move. You can keep moving your stop. So yes. I mean, you can keep moving your stop. So in this particular case with DRAD, all right. So I got in at what price? 329. Let's say the price started moving higher. I would just keep moving my stop up. Okay? I would just keep moving that line up then. That's what I was saying. I would use this kind of like a trailing stop. So yes, you could, if let's just say, I mean, I got in at 329. Let's just say the stop, let's say that it's at 350. So yeah, of course, I could move this above the entry. Well, it's not really a stop. You wouldn't do it now. I wouldn't put the stop above the entry price right now. It would take me out. Or you could use the target. I mean, you could use the target. You could, if you wanted to get out, you could always just move the target down and take yourself out of the trade. Like I would use it very simply. Take the trade, put a stop, and put a target. And then you can start to manage it right on the chart. Do I know when the U.S.-Canada border will be open? None time soon, that I'm hearing. No time soon, I should say. None time soon. Let's put it this way. I think it'll be a moving target. You're saying January 31st. But you can move your stop up. Yeah, I mean, but you can move your stop up into a positive position. So it won't necessarily be a loss. But to start off, yes, you have a stop and you have a target, but you can start to move these if you want. Look at NIO, my goodness. Well, the reason I put a price alert there is the high right there. So it is right above that high. Okay, now this, okay, I'm just, I haven't had a chance really to look at things that have come on my watch list. I'm going to stick my alert back here for DRAD. I mean, this could get going later on. I mean, it has room. It get to 350, 360 in the pre-market, or sorry, after hours yesterday. I know, XPAV. And how is XPAV, NIO, LI, guys, is almost, I think, yeah, so they're all all-time highs now, the China Triad. NIO, XPAV, and LI. They're all at all-time highs. Well, for me, I want to see it, getting back up to this area here, up to the 330. It's sort of resting. I think I have an alert, price alert. It doesn't mean I'm absolutely going to take the trade. It just means I want to know when it hits this again. It's been choppy. I mean, look at this 15-minute chart. It's been choppy. Love to see it settle down a bit and then start to move. Again, the pre-market after hours high was 358. The reason is it's such a low float. Okay, so anything could happen. I mean, look at the volume, 33 million shares. It's traded the float. By the end of today, it'll be probably, I don't know, 10, 12 times. It's already almost 8. So, I mean, there's a ton of interest. And they did have some news. I mean, you may not think the news is so fantastic, but they did sell a business unit for $18.75 million. So there is some news associated with this move. Okay, guys. I'm exhausted. Again, I'm getting more. Well, there's a. Let's see if the cannabis plays can rebound, kind of like the solar plays did. How is solar doing now? Flattened out. So solar is flattened out. Now, as I recall, which is the one that went? Okay, so this was in July. And this was August. So as I recall, I think XPAV, it's either XPAV or LI, appeals more to the masses, whereas NIO is more of a premium vehicle, as I recall. So it's either XPAV or LI. They both did their IPOs but a month apart. I wish I could follow some of this. Billy, yes. All right, so yeah, you're right. This is starting to. What's the ETF doing? ETF is so. I mean, you can just see. I mean, the ETF, SPWR, and probably most of the other solars are tracking the ETF very, very closely. Of course, they make up the ETF, so that makes sense. But so, for instance, though, let's just take a look. Is there any one of them kind of running counter? Yeah, this unfortunately is too broad, not just solar. Okay, so Bartek, you are confusing things. The AI has got nothing to do with Brokerage Plus. The AI is a window on its own, okay? It's got nothing to do with Brokerage Plus. Okay, Brokerage Plus doesn't have alerts as such. Brokerage Plus is a way in which you can, I can pick a symbol and then I can trade it and it will show up here. Nothing shows up here automatically, okay, in the way I'm explaining it. Well, it should. When you say it doesn't show the beta button, are you telling me it doesn't show Brokerage Plus, Live, and Sim? Well, that's the whole idea, though. So if you want to get into the simulator, you click on Simulator. If you happen to have an IB account and you've set it up before, of course, then you click on Live. So I don't understand. You don't have the Sim and the Live in the beta? Well, you're always going to have inside the connected button. You'll always have. I mean, you're always going to have, but all we're trying to listen. All we're trying to do with this is instead of my always having to tell people click on New, Brokerage Plus. Here's your window, and then if you want to connect to the simulator, you connect, to the simulator. Connect, or you want to connect to your Interactive Brokers account, you connect. This is just obviously it's front and center how to do all that. So you want to connect to the simulator in the morning. When you load trade ideas, you just click on Sim. If you want to collect, if you have an IB account and you set it up ahead of time, you can just click on Live. That's all. Well, if you click on help and about, now I'm on a development version. I'm not even sure what the, actually I'm this is probably behind. I'm on a development version, but as you know, I've always had this. I don't understand though. Do you have this tab, this option in the toolbar? Okay, okay. Well then you must need the newest beta. You obviously don't have the newest beta. Because according to the Dreamer, so if you click on help and about, I guess it is 4.2.182. Meanwhile, Candy, just absolute rippage here. So let me go to the home page. Let me go to my home page. So I'm going to click on the links. I'm going to download software. So if I click on download software and I scroll down right here. So that is the beta. That, and I, as the Dreamer put it out earlier this morning. I mean, I knew that we had put it on the website, and on Thursday it will be the production version. Okay, but you have to scroll down and go to the beta. And that should give you that option. Well, then I'd have no idea. If you don't see that Brokerage Plus, if you don't see this, then I have no idea why you don't. Premium, that's what you did, right? You went to the beta and premium, the Dreamer. Well, I have no idea. I don't know how to help you. If you install that and you don't see that option right there, is it possible that you have to just pull your toolbar out? Just pull it? Okay. That's okay. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:10. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in Candy if it takes out 9 again. This sort of news can really. So I just stick an alert around 9:01. Takes out 9 again. All right, give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, it's just an easier way. You know, how many times have I had to say, okay, guys, in order to load Brokers Plus, you click on New from the toolbar, go down to Brokers Plus and click on it. Here's your window. So now, you know, for a lot of you, you want to practice your trading, you just click on Simulator. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your Interactive Brokers account, then you would click on Live. It's that simple, okay? It's that simple. Just before I had to, you know, show you how to find Brokers Plus in the first place. And then you'd have to go to Connected and you'd have to connect to the simulator or connect to Interactive Brokers. It is just a shortcut. It's true, it's funny. Meanwhile, got it. Why did that Sava whip me out? Look at, I mean, this is a great move, guys. I'm going to, highlight this in my video. You know, the importance, if you have the AI, of having this column, the reentry time and the reentry price column. I mean, look at that reentry. Yes, it got stopped out. That was a very, very, very tight stop. 995 entry with a stop at 984. I don't think I've seen a stop that tight before. Okay, but anyway, so it did get stopped out, gave you an opportunity to get right back in it at 990. How do we get that 990 figure? Nothing scientific. It's just halfway between the entry and the stop, which happened to be 990. You'll notice that all the other AIs, they do have an entry, but they only trigger if the stock actually hits the stop price and then comes back to that price. So you'll actually have, and so there's the time. So look at that. There was the exit time at 10:04 and the reentry was at 10:05. No, they're not. You know what, Kaiser, here's the deal. You're asking these questions and I guarantee there are 20, 30, 40 people in the room going, I didn't want to ask that question because, first of all, nobody should worry about appearing to be, and I hate to use the term stupid, okay, or ignorant, or whatever, okay? A couple of things. We all started out new trading, every one of us. So there are no dumb questions. Now, if you ask the same question over and over in a 1 minute period, fine, okay, but seriously, there are no dumb questions about the platform itself. You know, a lot of people, how do I change a symbol on a chart? It's infuriating because it's not intuitive. All right, people are looking, how do I change that symbol? You know, I'm typing something in and hey, it changed. How did he do that? So don't worry about appearing to be stupid or whatever, tying up the room. That's why I'm here. No. There's no, listen, precious time. I mean, look, I don't trade, obviously because of what I do. I mean, sure, do I miss stuff? Of course, but that's just the nature of the deal. You know, if I weren't moderating a trading room, I was never a super active trader at the best of times. You know, 4 or 5 trades a day, maybe. That's it. I'm not one of these guys that has to trade 10, 15, 20 times a day, have to be in a stock every single waking moment or while the market's open. Some of you are like that. And that's fine if you can, if some of them, some of you guys just absolutely love the excitement of being in something all the time. That's fine. As long as you're making money. You're not just trading out of boredom. Second, guys are just pouring the last vestiges of my coffee to keep me going here. Yeah, the VWAP is volume weighted average price, but just like Azerty is saying, or Zerti is saying, if you go to Investopedia, you have a great explanation, okay, what exactly it is. You know, it's kind of in a nutshell, it's where the price where a lot of the volume has taken place, or a lot of the volume has taken place at that price. Boy, Sava. So I have a question because I don't use DAS Trader. Any of you guys using DAS, DAS and along with B plus, like trading interactive brokers using DAS and B plus? I'm assuming you can, but I should ask the question. So the question is, well, let me just, I mean, for those of you who might be doing it, you can let me know so I can answer this individual. This was the question. But have you been trading your IB account with DAS? Have you been doing that? Okay, so the answer is yes, Cyber. Okay. I thought so, but you know, just because I don't have, because I don't use it, I just want to make sure. Well, J.P. Morgan was certainly very prescient. They put a $40 target on NIO, and that was for about 3.5 weeks ago. Let me just pop in what somebody was saying about that, Cyberg. Okay, you have to call Dasperder, and then they will manually connect it to IB. Interesting. This is not shortable for me. Candy is not shortable for me. I'm actually, you know, kind of interested in if it gets back up to 9. That I can't answer you, Kaiser. Can't answer you that. Is it sporadically? Okay. Well, the SPY now is flattened out. Okay, so the SPY is flattened out. Man, Sava, you know, the only reason I'm not in this still is because of what it did here. You know, it just knocked me out of the trade. I made a little bit of money, got in at 10.04, sold a lot at 10, well, most of it around that 10.32 mark. Did this, and I just did not, unfortunately, get back into it. Now, by the way, I would encourage you guys, especially if you have the IB Brokerage Plus type questions, all right? Go to the YouTube feed at noon. Michael Noss will be there, and he can certainly answer a lot of these questions way better than I can. All right? So when you say, does it evaluate the stock? Okay, imagine that this is an AI strategy. It is not. Okay. Oh, how long do you keep it open? Well, that's up to you. I mean, you know, you can manage the trade as you see fit. The only thing I would ever do is if it hits the stop, like literally because there's a stop, I would, you know, get out at the stop for sure. Otherwise, you can manage the trade as you see fit. So, for instance, um, just looking here, you see these strategies. These strategies all have hold periods. Like there's a time stop, okay? Time stop. Now there's 60 minutes. There's 2 o'clock, 3:50, okay? 60 minutes, 30 minutes, okay? So some of them are longer term holds for the day. Some of them are shorter term, okay? Now, if you were in a trade and it was working well, just because the AI gets out, because you know it's been programmed to get out after say 60 minutes in this particular strategy, why would you get out? Does that make sense? That's why we're always hammering this point home. You know, manage the exits on your own. You know, I mean, if the stop gets hit, get out for sure. But if the trade was working well, just because there is in theory, to get out after 60 minutes, that's because the overall strategy has been optimized for a certain hold period. But you should treat each individual alerts within the strategy on their own. If it's still working, why would you get out? Does that make sense? Now the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. That's just the way it works. But let's take a look at Sava as an example. Just as an example, if Sava somehow got above this area here, in which there's really no resistance, why would you could say to yourself, yeah, I'm going to hold this one. You could even, if it closes near the high, the only issue I would have is it might have a struggle getting through 12. Imagine this wasn't here, okay? And this is now making almost, I mean, it's not quite lifetime highs, but you could make a determination yourself. Well, yeah, you know what? I'm going to keep this trade. If you were in earlier, you might take some off. So now you're playing with house money. But you could make the determination yourself if you want to keep the trade. Does that make sense? So there's no answer to that. How long are we supposed to? The only thing that I would recommend for 100% sure is if it hits a stop, get out. Okay, so Cyberk, I'm not sure when you say a surge, you can put an ATR of 150, with a relative volume greater than 2, if that's what you want to do. Well, that, again, Ogun, that's up to you. How long you're supposed to keep the trade on that? Again, that's up to you. If the stop gets hit, we recommend getting out of the trade. But after that, like I was trying to say, I mean, just because you could stay in this trade for a long time, even if the so-called time period for holding this strategy that Savva was generated from says you're supposed to get out. But why would you get out of this trade? I'm sorry, I'm re-answering your question because I thought you reposted it. Yeah, so you see here, so here's an average true range of 215%, if you can see my screen. So you can do something like, I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. So there you go. So that filter right there, the change from the open percent of average true range is what you can use. So for instance, in your 150%, so you would put a minimum of 150%, minimum, and then with your relative volume of greater than 2. Okay? Does that answer your question? So you go to the search, right click on an alert window, go to the search, type in, well, I just typed in range. I had to scroll down a little bit. Oops. And where it says change from the open, percentage of average true range. Just want to make sure. Just want to make sure that okay. Make sure that made sense to you, and I guess from your okay, it does. Now, this is what I do when I'm using the AI is I just sort on the aggressive profit percent column. So what that means is this is what would happen. You'll see that number. I mean, that's right, 15% right now. All I care about, I don't care about the ones down here. I just care about the ones that are moving all day. You have several opportunities sometimes to get in and out of trades all day if that's what you want to do. So what the aggressive profit percent is saying, okay, what would happen? It'll show you what would happen if you just stayed in the trade right to the end of the day, regardless of a stop being hit. Conservative is getting out exactly when the stop gets hit, as is moderate. Okay, moderate will not update. Moderate will keep going. Moderate and aggressive will look exactly the same as long as at some point during the day it never touched the stop price, at which point it will stop calculating. I like to sort on this column because I just want to see the ones that are really active all day long. Yeah, so what? The stop got hit, but it came right back. Gave it a second opportunity to get into the trade. There's no real book. Are you talking about? Are you talking about the AI strategies, Cyber? Otherwise, no. I mean, basic new high, my alert windows that I have. There's you won't. There's no book on these, but hopefully they're named in such a way that they kind of make sense. And then all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary, and you'll see the filters I'm using. Of course, everybody, you're welcome to change. Some of you may have a completely different idea of a price range you want to look at, or a minimum volume. And, you can make changes. Okay. If you, there is a PDF that will go over what some of these strategies are looking for. Okay, so you can ask for the PDF for the AI strategies. Now, all the other ready-to-use strategies, I mean, they're not back-tested, okay? I mean, none of this is back-tested. I don't care about back-testing. I want to see an alert. I'll make up my mind if I want to take the trade. So there is no, now, so you can have, if you click on my homepage, I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So you can take a look at all my scans if you want. The other thing to do is if you click on, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed, click on New Channel Bar. And if you click on Traders Vault, you'll see a lot of the scans that the other traders are using. Okay, if you click on, okay, so if you click from the toolbar, click on New Channel Bar, and then click on Traders Vault. And there are a lot of scans in there also called Traders Vault. Where are you? There you are, Traders Vault, okay? And there are a lot of scans that the other traders use. Turbo Break is there almost for sure. Where would a target? Well, I don't know about a target, but if you look up here, I mean there is where it could possibly get to today. I'm not saying it's going to, as you know, but right there would be looks like pretty good resistance. All right, Candy is starting to come back just a little bit here. I'm really interested in this one, getting back over this area here. Whew, 1136. Okay, Berkeley, I'm going to try to answer your question. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. For different screens on your laptop. So I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, if you're talking about our charts as such, I mean, you have a maximum of charts in our standard service of 10 and 20 in our premium. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Okay, you cannot open our Trade Ideas app 4 times, no, if that's what you mean. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, so no, you can only load, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So I think that answers your question. Yeah, Sarberk, I mean, the only thing you can do, I mean, you can put a volume percent of in 1 minute, but of 300% as a filter. I mean, this program is not designed for high frequency scalping type trades, okay? If you're looking to get a penny or 2 pennies. But I mean, I use this a lot though. I mean, the volume 1 minute percent, I mean, you put some big number, you're going to see a big surge. I mean, sometimes, I mean, listen, there's nothing that's going to help you. I mean, if a stock moves, 50 cents in half a second, I mean, nothing is going to get you into that one. 1 minute is the lowest, yes. Yeah, if you turn all these strategies on, then yes, all the alerts that the AI took today will be in here. Okay, it will show up in your positions. Yes. Turning them on like this, you can enable what strategies you want, or you can turn them all on. Yeah, you can run that in the simulator and just see how it would have worked. All right, guys. So I'm holding out later on in the day for DRAD. Because of that float, we might get traders interested in this later on. And if it takes out, we see this time and again. A stock. I mean, it's still up 26%, and we see a stock that has a big flurry, and then it kind of rests, and then maybe later on in the day, traders get interested. We want to see a volume push though. Yeah, if you click on AI, but then you have to enable the strategies. There's no Holly on everything. You have to enable it. So if you could go to each strategy, and enable. So now see it's on. You could turn them all on, all at once. See now they're all on, or I could turn them all off. Is that clear? Whoa, there's a big, okay, well, interesting reaction right there. I mean, it looked like it was starting to curl up a little bit, but then all of a sudden, boom, a lot of selling came in. So, okay. That's why I wait. You don't anticipate that it's going to take out 9 again. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here. There goes Sava again. What was the news on them anyway, Sava? Significant benefit, oh, Alzheimer's, okay. Significant benefit in Alzheimer's disease. Interesting. This is a phase 2B study. Okay, Ozzy Boy, so it depends what you mean by oversold and overbought. I mean, RSI, I mean, that's what a lot of people will use, of course. So yes, on the different time frames. I was asked the question, is there a screener? So if you do a search on RSI, so we have the 1 minute RSI, 2 minute, 5, 15, 60, and a daily. So, if you know how to use RSI in terms of overbought and oversold, okay, then you can use RSI for that, I suppose. So a lot of people would maybe use 70 or 80 as a minimum for overbought, and maybe anything less than 30 oversold, but that's up to you. Okay, does that make sense? Just a minute, play something. Sorry. Sorry guys, my cat knocked over something. It's just a minute. All right. Okay, guys, what time is it? 11:49. So I think Michael is. Okay, so Michael's in the trading in the YouTube feed. So you have a lot of questions regarding Interactive Brokers and IB. Now's your chance. He's there every Wednesday between 12 and 1. So here is your link. I'll be taking a break at about 5 to 12. That's not the right one. Okay, so there is the YouTube feed. All right, you want to. So when I take a break, you want to head over there, and you can ask Michael all sorts of questions regarding IB, Interactive Brokers, and Brokerage Plus. All right. And before I do leave, one last link for your perusal. I'm just going to put it here. Well, okay, that's just the test drive link, guys. Okay, that's the test drive link. So again, test drive, click on it, and you'll be brought to this page here. So again, the test drive, it starts on Monday, November 9th is the 20th, 2 full weeks using our program. Costs you $8.99, just as if you had a premium subscription. Also open to those of you who have our standard subscription and you want to try out our premium for those 2 weeks. It will cost the $8.99. You click on this and you sign up today. What you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? So please, you're not getting any live data until Monday morning, 7 o'clock Eastern time. That's when your live data will start. However, you can use the program. Check in around a couple hours after the market closes on Friday, and you will be able to use the program, check it out, get a little bit used to some of the well, in fact, what I want to do is just type in or get the 20 short lessons. I would absolutely recommend. Hello, Sam. Welcome. I would absolutely recommend the 20 short lessons, okay, before you start the test drive. Well, you're in. You don't have to do anything, Cyber. You're in. He's going to be in the feed you're in. So you just stay there. He's going to be joining you in about he says about 11:55. You know, this Sava could have a multi-day run, guys. If it takes this out right up here, which is not that. I mean, it's only up 28%. I mean, it's not a huge percentage move. It will trade the float, obviously. There's the float, 22 million. It's already 21 million already. So we will, of course, trade the float today. But let me just back this out on the weekly chart just to see what other... Oh, yeah. I mean, this... I mean, you know what? I mean, if it takes out this area up here... You know, I mean, obviously Alzheimer's is such a serious thing. I mean, if they can really do something, that'd be awesome. So there is the Sava right there. Same thing, right click, configure, and this is what we have for Bollinger Bands, okay? 5 minute, 15, 16 daily, and the percentage within or outside. All right, guys. Oh, I better put my announcement in that I'll be out of here. So I'll be back at about 12:30. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. I think he's going to be there maybe in about 8 seconds. So right now, I mean, you guys, you know, just a little indecision on the direction for Sava. So even this, well, that alert right there, I'm just looking at some of the alerts I've had from my... All right, Michael is in the YouTube feed. Thank you, Michael. I'll stop my feed right now.